Hello again, good evening, and I forgot to turn on a certain light, but nah, let's leave it. I'm Lord Surtr, and I'm gonna continue grinding tier 6 abyss exotic, the object of gathering isk, so that I can find ways to waste it again. Yeah, that's apparently what I am good at, so that's what I should continue, right? Let's see if I'm ready, because honestly, this time I didn't prepare anything. I've got enough ammo. Everything is right. I am in the correct clone. This clone, I use these implants mostly because of insurance. It allows me to make a few piloting errors here and there while being distracted while streaming and still come out alive. So I can also do it without the implants. I've tested it without the implants extensively. You need to pay attention without the implants.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
At least they're here as well now. I should really rename my ship. Good evening. But yeah, you can run it without these implants, but pay attention then, because the margin for error is going to be a lot smaller. That's also why it's only mid-grades. If you really want to go all the way, you want to then you mutate everything you can, mutate your drones, your drone damage amplifiers, your shield booster, and you go for a high grade. But at that point, you're making it very, very expensive. And it honestly doesn't need to be. That's the point. For exotics, it does not need to be that expensive. Only about 3 billion, 3.3, just about. So let's get 2 tier 6s in, and as always, first one, because I always feel that the first one is a little rustier, although I probably shouldn't. I'm gonna do 1 tier 5 to start off with. Always check the drone bay. Repair quote, all good. And I am also quickly here gonna check Intel channels, because I am in nullsec. Well, looks clear. Looks clear. So, yeah, let's get going. 15 stream streak. Holy crap, what? Oh. Never had that anywhere. The reason I don't consistently stream during the week has become apparent again. Because, well, I don't have my scooter at the moment, so it was an accident. It's for repair. It's off for repairs. So Thursday I'm gonna have to go by bicycle, which I need to pick up at my mother's place. So I'm lucky I can even lend it or use it, but I wouldn't reach my job at all. That does mean that the stream on Wednesday will be a little bit shorter, because I need to get up earlier. And apparently, somehow, like split second, they decided like Friday, it's gonna be 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. The hours, instead of like 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., which would have been this time at least good for me for consistency. Nope. So that means on Thursday there will not be a stream, because I will not have time for it. Unfortunately, I need to sleep because I need to get up early. So that's going to be a very short one. The benefit of that is, though, that I'll be around earlier in the evening on Friday. And I'm still debating whether I'm going to do Path of Exile or continue this, because I do need the ISK. I could use the ISK. So in the weekend we're going to go back to Destroyer testing, because I've got a lot of stuff still to go through, and believe me, it's still a lot of stuff. We're not nowhere close to being done. And that's just tier 1 Destroyer, and then we go to tier 2 Frigate. It's a lot of stuff still. But I'm very interested in the cruisers, to be honest. Like, take 1 low tier cruisers. Drainer. Markers are also dangerous, and a storm. Oh, never mind. Which drones shall I use? Kaldari Navies. The Drainer can stay. I'll use it. I'll kill the Drainer with the missiles. We're gonna fetch the Stormbringer first. That one needs to be dead because I use drones. So the faster that one's down, the safer my drones will be. I'm gonna drop it here and peel off, because if I go too close to the Stormbringer... Ah, it's down? Okay, it's down. Awesome. Well, this is tier 5, so I should slice through this one. Let me improve that timer, because it looks like it's 1 link, it's actually 2. Where's my Patrick's thing? Commands. Okay, we're done here. 35.6 million for tier 5. I would say that's a very good roll. And there's still 1 ping coming in here. Okay, let me check if that changes it. Yeah, well, at least, yeah, maybe a little. The second link is basically the abysstracker, the fit that I'm running. Because I forgot to include that in the last time I looked at the timer and it only gave the video, but it's easier to just include the fit below. Last night we made 1.5 billion, or 1.6 billion almost, so good evening. So this is the first one, this is tier 5. Leave me. Oh, lots of loot here to come in. Lots of different cans. Ooh. Now drones are going for a sentinel. That is fine. That's a neutralizer, so that's perfect, honestly. I am babyfied, but we'll see. There's a lot of neutralizers here. So I'm gonna drop my tractor unit right here, because if I have to wait until I'm at the gate or until I killed most of the neutralizers and the babyfires, the room is basically gonna be done. I mean, there's not much else. So I might as well just drop it here. And then just fly to the gate later. At least it's already tractoring then. Another 20 million, that brings this tier 5 at 55 million. It's almost the average already, and we're in room 2. It's still like 3 loot cans to come in. Good run, good start. $22.6 million. You know, there's also something weird. Yeah, no, it's I need to book some stuff for FanFest still, and I need my credit card for it, which the bank sent me a new one. Then goes like, yeah, just make sure you activate it at a store first. You know what they don't tell you? There's not actually a store that allows you to pay with the card. So my question is, how do you activate it then? Because I need it. I'm now stuck in limbo. I'm not gonna order something on credit that I don't need just to activate a bloody card. And even then I cannot even go to a store and do it, because they don't do it for regular stuff. So, and my other card stopped working, my old one, because they sent me this one. So they basically just screwed me over. Seriously, sometimes I wonder what people are taking. It's really annoying. Because I need to book stuff that I can't because the card won't activate. And I can't activate the card because nobody accepts it. It's just a regular Visa credit card. But you don't exactly, you're not allowed to pay for groceries with it. So, yeah, what do you do? I wish. If that was the case, I would not go to work tomorrow. I mean, at least not the current job that I have. If you got a lot of money, I still believe you want a purpose and you want to, well, maybe not work, but I believe life's gonna be very boring if you don't have a purpose or an aim. Disregarding what level of money you're at. On my 300th jump in Eve today. What the hell are you doing, mate? Distribution missions? I mean, moving stuff to the building spot. Oh, okay. Mining vessels. Ah, I've got some. I've got plenty of mining vessels, but sadly, most of them are fit for abyssals. Oh no, I do have a mining fleet somewhere. Two places. One in Nosek. Two hulks in a porpoise that have never undocked or been used. Don't know why I bought them. And at least one orca and like 4 retrievers, I believe. Maybe some skiffs or something similar. Isaac. Don't ask me where they are though. They're on some character in some place. And I don't remember. They've probably been there for the last 5 years. Found a good system then? Nice. I mean, if the system is good enough, I might move my Oh, right, Taro. Okay. I figured you would have going somewhere where there was I don't know, near Chita Sotillo or something. Then again, industry-wise, I don't. You do have to keep track of indexes and coefficients or whatever, like the system level and such can also play a role. So that's something I don't know much about. And good evening. But if you find a really good system that you want to set up in, then I could move my low tier testing setups over there. Although I do want to stay close to Cheetah for quick refits because that's often needed. 0.7 is definitely good enough. I mean, I'm doing it in 0.8 currently. In 0.8 I can go tier 3, I believe. 5 to 6 jump stop. Okay, no, it's good enough, yeah. Eventually I'm gonna go to tier 2 and tier 3 anyway. So, although tier 3 I might do farther away from Cheetah. Because for tier 3 I suspect some fits will be a little more expensive already, and then I don't want to be near Cheetah. I seriously believe the game's trolling. Yesterday it was giving me tier 6s with tier 5 loot, and now I'm getting a tier 5 with tier 6 loot. I don't know. I mean, it's nice, awesome, but... Huh? Let's see. I can jump. Yep, I'm done here. Drones in. Yep. So that was the first tier 5 done. Next one will be tier 6. Nope. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay, no, yeah. Yeah, looking at Intel. The game, my day today's been a good day, but I've also learned that my shifts at work changed again. They just seem to just don't give a fuck about the people. They just do whatever the fuck they want. At some point, that's not gonna fly. Yeah, no. If I schedule stuff and I plan stuff, I'm gonna stick with it. So if they change all their stuff around, sorry, I cannot be there. Or nope, cannot be there. Sorry, got stuff planned. Figure it out. I mean, it's only a couple of days in advance that they change everything. So if they ask me like the week before I plan everything, then yeah, I'm usually one that's very flexible. Mm-hmm. Let me see. There are some people coming my direction, but I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna drop off my loot.
Want to buy
And I'm gonna put my scout out.
Procurers.
Hello?
Yeah, procurers warp so slow.
Yeah. I'm gonna sit my my scout in the system next door. I mean, when I'm at my spot, they shouldn't find me. That is if they're looking, so they're not going to be looking. But I still don't want to risk it. This week that was the intention, but that's no longer going to be possible thanks to, well, what did you expect? Work. That was the intention, to go for ISK. Yeah, you need combats. Plus, you need to set the combats to look for deep saves. Or well, I'm way outside of this kind of range of everything. That's what I mean. I don't do it in the center of the system.
Not at the sun?
At the still, well, yeah. If you ever find somebody doing an abyssal at the sun, just shoot him, please. Get that Dumbo out of there. Like seriously, just it needs to learn some lesson here and there, maybe. There we go. Now I have a permanent vision on the system next doors. I know when people come. Let me see. I have 5 spots laid out in this system. I mean, I've also got like 5 or 6 in the whole constellation, essentially, in every system. Plus save points at every gate, tacticals at every gate. I'm set up around here. Oh, let me see. Yep. Trap. Ah, this is a trap. I feel like there's It would be nice to suddenly see a procurer launch rockets though, but I know that's just in the cargo, but let's go. Oh, neutralizes fit, yeah. At some point there was a doctrine, I don't know who it was it Spectre or somebody else, they called it gate polishers. They would take a whole procurer fleet out and then just go gate camping. And they got a lot of stuff. Turns out sentries are powerful. This is gonna hurt a lot. So much income. And I'm a drone ship. Not good. So those 4 need to die. Oh, there's one drainer. Then we're gonna take on the drainer. There we go, that one's down. Next up, one of the Stormbringers. Why did I lock the gate? Oh, I was gonna shoot this and they shot it for me. How nice of them. Well, the reason my drones are not dead in an income room is because they are focused on me, and I'm staying away from them. But they're coming in, so I'm gonna run away. Because if I am too close to the target of my drones, everything's gonna arc to my drones, and then they take damage. I get my T5 Gamma passive Gila tomorrow. Very excited for it. Oh yeah. Gamma's tier 5 is a really good one to run. Because in tier 6, well, with the Gila especially, I would say you really ideally would want mutated drones. And maybe mutated, actually, you want DPS there. It's the hit point bonus that does it. I still find it funny that I accidentally did a tier 6 Firestorm in this VTS today. I did do it the wrong filament on tier 6. I was lucky to come out alive with 3 seconds spare, so I was very lucky. Good evening. Good evening. Let's see. 13.8 million. Remember this, what was it, like 75, 85 million tier 5 I just did? Yeah. Now I'm in tier 6 and my loot is like a fraction. In the first room at least. First room, so we'll see. Statistics? What? What do you, huh? Oh, you mean on the spreadsheet? I'm not testing at the moment. I am refilling the wallet. Also something sometimes is needed. Just spent 1200 plagues, but I have a 3-month sub. Ooh, 1200 plagues. I don't. Let me see. Tangling Damavix. Oh, lots of starving as well. Oh. Okay. In that case, take out starving.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey, oh, kacamaki.
Nope, wrong one. I want to hit the starving Damavik here. And then most definitely, starving Vidmag. That one just needs to go. There's a lot of stuff in this room. More. There's a lot of ships in here. Honestly, that is most definitely gonna help. When you don't have a propulsion module, every single meter per second counts double. Like it's just. Yeah, I'm considering buying one, but I still believe that the Cerebella Cruiser Room will just kill it, because it will have continuous wrecking shots. The Ishtar, yeah. I do believe that the Surtr Room will just delete it, because they'll fly towards it, they'll go sit near it, orbit close range, and then wrecking shot, wrecking shot, wrecking shot, wrecking shot, because you cannot escape, you cannot kite, you cannot move. So everything that relies on you kiting around will just have free reign to do whatever they want. You're not gonna move. I mean, yes you are, but tier 5 I would definitely add a prop model as well, but then you lose a bit of tank, so we'll have to see. In tier 4 I know it works, because I've also done an Ishtar without a propulsion mod at some point. It was fun, it was like it was almost brain dead. You enter the room, you fly toward the loot, pick up the loot, fly toward the gate, jump. Because almost every time, by the time I reached the gate, the room would be killed. Even if I went to the toilet or something. Yes. Because if the mothership dies, it does not matter whether there are drones in space or not. Your drones need a ship to launch from. And if you die because you have no ability to kite around, or escape wrecking shots, or maneuver, then yeah, there's not gonna be a ship. There's not gonna be a player, and your drones don't do anything. You also don't get loot because you'll be in the station. There are certain rooms that do a lot of damage, especially if you get close to them or they get close to you. And if you don't have a propulsion module like Afterburner, micro warp drive, you're not gonna be at speed to escape them or to stay ahead of them, at least for a while. Kikis will, oh yeah, man. You better kill them fast. Also, I should drop a tractor unit. Whoa. DM4DS, thanks for the raid. Good evening. How was the stream? Had a good day? Greetings. I'm just sitting here like somebody wasting time, waiting for my loot to come to me. Oh?
That was the worst thing I ever heard. It was terrible. Horrendous. Well, it wasn't that bad. Oh, yeah? Oh, there were parts of it I liked. Yeah, I liked a lot of it. Yeah, it was good. It was great. It's wonderful. Oh, bravo. More.
Oh, it is, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be around tomorrow as well, honestly. Thursday, no. But I have to cancel Thursday. I don't usually stream during the week, but this week is an exception. And depending on how it goes, now I really need to focus more on videos. Because if I start doing this again, then I'm not gonna have time for any vids. Good night, mate. Good night. I'm currently in a tier 6 exotic. Patiently waiting for loot because I need disc. 7 minutes 27 on the timer. Nah, fuck it. I'm not gonna wait. Let's get everything in and go into the last room. Now, this week for me is about making ISK. Not testing stuff, just making ISK. Every now and then you need money to pay for all the ships. Caldari navies for this room. I really don't know what music is playing now because this is very weird, so.
It doesn't ring a bell to me either.
It's not in my playlist. Spotify went rogue again.
Oh, jolly.
Because I really don't like this one.
Yeah, no, it's not a fan favorite of mine either.
No. I'll look at it when I'm out of here because I don't want to go filtering music when I'm in a tier 6 abyssal. That may get me a little too distracted. And it's something
Yeah,
I want to
definitely.
avoid. Just losing a ship while testing a tier 1 is all nice and doesn't really hurt that much, but losing a ship when you're flying tier 6, that's gonna hurt a little more. I mean, it's not an expensive fit for tier 6 standards, but it's still expensive because it's, well, tier 6.
Yeah, preferably you want your ship to be slightly more expensive than your filament.
Yeah, so the music now is decided by Spotify. This one sounds better than the last one.
Yeah, Auger. They're decent.
Don't know. Well, I guess what genre do we go for after this? What type of music?
Equilibrium?
Yeah, I don't just want to go for one band though, but yeah. So basically metal.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. It's been a while, honestly, so I usually put on like a rock, hard rock, heavy metal list, not real, like actual, like I try to keep it a bit more on the regular, because I know not everybody likes it, everything, so. But should I? Really? Yeah, okay, I don't really like his voice though. It's a bit of a, I don't know. Is there electronic droning in there, or is that intended?
I think it's intended, but
Ah, it doesn't work out then. Not for me. Let's see, what do we have? Do we? Well, I'll just keep it generic. I have a list where I drop most of my metal songs in, and it has, well, let's just say that it's, no, it's a folk list. This one, 1,500 songs almost. Good for 112 hours. Will that be good enough? Equilibrium, eh? Don't know if I can find them in that list though. It's a few songs. More than a few. Oh yeah, those people that were nearby, they went in another direction. In Nosik. Oh, here. But that's not the one you want to hear, I guess, but we'll go with it. You know which one this is. We've seen this live, and we said to each other, nope, this ain't it.
yeah.
$64 million, and yes, I know I got myself a cataclysmic filament again. It influences the type of loot you get. You can still get the other stuff, but it's less likely. Exotic, you get more damage metaplasmids like ballistic control metaplasmid, drone damage amplifier metaplasmid, tracking enhancer, those kind of things. Electrical gets you capacitor related modules like cap battery, cap recharger maybe. Dark Abyss, Dark Weather is all about speed, so you get afterburner, micro warp drive, but also Webifier, Scrambler, Disruptor, Mutaplasmids. Gammas get you shield, so basically shield hardeners or well, maybe not shield hardeners, the anything shield related, shield extenders and such. And Firestorm gets you armor, Mutaplasmids. There are many things that are shared, and I've gotten Mutaplasmids for other stuff in other weather types, but it's rarer. So you can, in a way, target farm a little bit there, even though it's still random. But if you need a lot of modules or a lot of you wanna be self-sufficient and roll your own mods. For example, you go Gamma. You wanna run a passive Gila. You wanna roll your own shield extenders. Then that filament will get you the Mutaplasmids for it. If you don't want to buy them from the market, for example. That is the way to do it, yeah. What? Shall I maybe loot this one? I spawn on top of it. This is the first time I have it. But I just spawn on top of an extraction node. Okay. Funny. Two ghosting. Starving. Okay. Triple starving Vidmac. I'm gonna deactivate my afterburner. Those need to go down first. My missiles go 41, okay. First Vidmac down. Yeah, this playlist has all kinds of metal in it. Let's see. Last starving Vidmac. Definitely needs to go. Yeah, this thing is surprisingly resistant to neutralizers. Double cap battery gives you a lot of resistance. Let's activate the afterburner. No, but I will take a look on the Gamma passive pit-ish there to see if I can squeeze in an afterburner. It's definitely going to be helpful.
Reverse tractor beam.
Yeah. We're going to use anti-gravity. We're not going to move. We're going to move the universe. And we stay still.
Hold reality.
Yes. I mean, the next step up would be the improbability drive, but...
Yeah, that was going the same direction.
But for the most important question here, did you bring your towel?
Yep, 42.
No, well, yeah, well, how do you even say no? That's not the answer because, well, it's the answer to life, the universe, and everything else.
But remember, don't ask for their poetry.
The Vogons. Well, I mean, I didn't read. I gotta be honest. I did not read the book. I only watched the movie, or one of them, because I believe there's even more than one. I should probably read the book. But for me, the best character in that whole movie is Marvin. The depressed robot. It's the only book so far I read in a single sitting. Oh, okay. I guess I should check it out then. Oh. $31.1 million. And definitely need to check it out. Yeah. I'm also waiting for I don't know when new season of Foundation. I would very much appreciate that. Also, that Game of Thrones spin-off one, House of the Dragon, I believe. Is that still gonna get a season, or is it out yet? Because I'm fairly disconnected from those things these days. I also don't really look it up, and yeah. Let's get the baby fires off me straight away. Oh, it's a villa room. Oh, that means I can unlock the...
2 seasons are out. At the moment.
Only 2. Yeah, so still nothing. After 2 years or something, they're still
On
ready.
hiatus.
Yeah. For how long? A decade?
No clue.
I just hope they don't go Star Citizen on me. It's coming, just needs a little work. Oh, orbit culture. I want to see these guys live as well. I want to see so many things live, but most of the stuff around here doesn't come to Antwerp anymore. Antwerp is trash, I guess, these days, in terms of concerts, for the most part. Used to be so good.
Yeah, I'm really bummed out about Bebop now.
What happened now?
No. See, it stopped existing due to the fire regulations and everything. You know that.
Yeah.
But my godchildren, their mother, she moved literally like 300 meters away from where Bebop was.
Oh. Oh man.
That would have been so easy.
That's like honestly the best concert venue I have been near Antwerp ever, by far. Because nobody else knows what we're talking about, but
Yeah, probably.
that was amazing. That was like it wasn't massive, it was fairly small, but it was big enough to host a lot of people, have good acoustics, good concert, and at the same time it still had the feeling of being a proper like cozy bar. at the same time. So they really nailed that feeling. But now it's gone. And that's a massive loss. Because it has not been replaced. We used to go there a fair bit, to be honest.
And that's where we saw Equilibrium.
Twice? I saw them twice, and actually 3 times. Because the first time where I actually discovered that band was in Haderfest or Pagan Fest. I didn't know the band before. But out of all of them, that was the band that had the biggest draw, the biggest, well, crowd reaction by far. Was nice. Something I've never done is go to a festival, a metal festival. That's something I've never done. It's always been. I always looked at like festival prices, costs, food, drink, and then I looked at like, oh, holiday. Week holiday. Couple of days festival. Holiday's cheaper. Why? I'm lying. I did go to a festival in local here, but I don't really consider that
Antwerp Metal Fest.
I don't consider that a major one. It's nice, but it was nice. I need to look whether it's even still existing, and then again,
Still exists.
year on year, for me, the bands have been worse and worse. The first edition was the best one. The second was bearable. The third one was, in my opinion, trash, and I don't mean the subgenre. I mean trash. All right. So 46.4 million. Let's scoop it. The big part of your cash is picking up abstract unit. It's also 20 million plus. So yes, I'm using the pack rat, not the magpie, for the astronomically expensive consortium these days. I wish I had several of those. That would be really good. Ah, look at this. 1, 2, 2 drainers. Very annoying room. Take out Stormbringer. I don't think this is live. This is from the album. I don't believe this is live. Oh, an arrestor. Ah, there's no, oh, there's no marshals. No marshal. This is directly from the album, The Sound of Perseverance. Or Spotify sounds wrong, which is possible, but it should be from the album. That's where this one comes from. Stop hitting my drones! You bloody heathen, come! I bet it's you, chicken. This is definitely not Rob Halford. No. No. Six. This is tier 6 exotic. This filament. Lost my Gila to a damn tier 3 gamma yesterday. Yeah, well, yeah. Don't go up too fast. Essentially, like it's very easy to lose a lot of ISK, especially higher tiers. It's very easy, like depending on skills, piloting, and experience. If you make one piloting error at some point, you might lose a multi-billion ship. It's not fun. So it's better to run a little lower, get some ISK in, and then slowly build up, than just to assume you're gonna come out alive and it's easy. It really isn't. And like this fit's been very tested. Like at this point, I know this works, and also my character skills are probably perfect at this point for the ship. You also got to bear that in mind. Depending on skill level, it is a big factor. Piloting is the biggest factor in the Abyss, but skills also matter a lot, because if you have low skills, yeah, your stats are lower. So, but that is fixable over time. The piloting one, just a good way to see it is if you consistently beat every single room at a certain tier with a big margin and like no danger, you know all the AWAR, the target priority, and you can assess a room from like a couple of seconds, and oh, that's priority, that's then that one, and the timer looks very healthy. You may consider moving up, but even then, make sure. I mean, I make sure that I can replace the ship I fly at least twice. Not once, but twice. Or that I have very easy ways to make his back to get there, essentially. Yeah. That's why I say, but what I mean with piloting is the biggest one. I can take this thing into a tier 1 and die. If I get a speed cloud facing the edge of the arena, and I can still lose this ship even in the tier 1. Piloting is the biggest one. Also remember, you cannot warp out. You cannot repair mid-battle. If you enter, you're stuck until you open the last gate. And the best way to move to get like a feel for the room, the target priority and such, is to start on the low tier, and because every tier adds a little more a few more ships, and the higher you go, the more electronic warfare and annoying things you'll encounter. But if you know everything from the tier before every time, you're kind of ready for it. And yeah, that may take some time, and the ISK will not be as super maybe in the beginning, but believe me, not losing ships is a really underrated factor. If you go for high amounts of ISK straight away, and you lose your ship, most likely you're gonna be in the negative, not positive. And if that happens a lot, you get frustrated, and or you quit, or you move on, or you just, I don't know, do something else. So, also, 1, 2, 3, 4. I should replace 2 Caldari Navy Vespas. I've only got 4 left, I need to restock.
I dropped some off, but I don't think they like me up there.
Probably not, no. What saved my bacon in that marshal room is I normally storm the biocache. I had to go lateral to the battleship. Then on a marshal room, that doesn't matter, honestly. A marshal room doesn't deliver a wrecking shot. It's a missile-based enemy, so it speed and signature are key. Keep your speed up and you're good. Your signature you probably cannot change unless you run like a micro warp drive. In that case, you've got to see what's worth it. Moving faster with micro warp drive and signature bloom, or moving but without the signature bloom. It's target painters are also a big factor. You don't want to be webified. You don't want to be target painted. And then there's the ever-present neutralizers, like the drainers. It's never simple. You also don't want to be neutralized. So, if it's an arrestor marshal, usually they are far away, and you can easily fly around them. You shouldn't be webified by a marshal. So you can leave them be for now, for a while. But if there's an arrestor pacifier, like a webifier pacifier, that should be priority, because he's going to get on top of you, webify you, and then everything else in the room will hit better. Target painters, I mean, that's target priority. Like, you have to assess what is in the room, and if there's a lot of marshals and a lot of target painters will be priority. If there's a lot of webifiers, they will be priority. It's that's why it is so important to move up slowly, because every room is random. It's basically its unique sort of assessing the room. It's also why I love it. This is never quite the same. Let's drop the loot. I'm gonna take a few more missiles with me. Yeah. If you play a snipe build that guides, you may want to kill webifiers first. Yeah. I've run maybe 20 tier 3 gammas and this was my first scare. Normally I'm well over 70% shield. Yeah. There are also rooms that will appear like they're insanely overtuned compared to the others. So sometimes they will lull you into a false sense of security by giving you like easy room, easy room, easy room, easy room. Then when you're like half asleep, like just casually doing it, they'll drop like one of the super heavy rooms, and yeah. Which is why for me, when I feel I'm suddenly very tired, or when I'm really getting sleepy, that's when I should be smart enough to stop running high tier abyss. Because at that point, piloting error will creep in, or I will miss stuff, and that's when you lose ships. Also, yeah, before you start running abyss, make sure you're in the right clone. Because if you die, you also lose the clone. So you don't want to be in a training clone or like a clone you don't need. Don't run a tier 1 in a Kestrel with a high grade crystal clone, for example. Let's see. I'm gonna put one more filament in here. Gonna run 3 in a row. Let me check intel. We're good. I ignored Weber swans with an artillery maelstrom in missions. You know, Webers are usually frigates. Whenever I am in a mission, my target priority is usually very simple. If there's a frigate, kill it, then see what else is there. Like, they're always annoying. They webify. They warp disrupt. I don't want any of them. In missions you can warp out, so warp disruptor, I don't want them. But yeah. Good luck. What am I listening to now? Huh? It's funny that they're in my list because I don't recall ever hearing or coming across this group. Okay. Alright, next tier 6. Let's see, 1 AM. At least 2 more hours. Do I spot Rodivas? Logistics, okay. For the rest we have 1 fogcaster. And that's it. Nothing annoying here. Yeah, tier 5 and tier 6, if you're in a cruiser, it is worth going for, yeah. That's why I have 1 heavy missile launcher on the ship. That's what I use to pop the cans in the distance. And then I just fly to the gate and drop a tractor unit. And while I go for the rest of the room, it will be tractoring the loot. Because sending a drone over to pop these things is an option, but that means half your DPS is going to be busy with something that's not helping. And at tier 6, you want your DPS to be killing the enemy. $63 kilometers with Caldari Navy Scourge. I'm not gonna go for the last one, it's too far. Well, in the lower tiers, yeah. Maybe. But you'd better bring a warden then, or like I guess a guard. I believe it's not like 30 optimal. It's not gonna cut it. But even then, you don't want to do it in the higher tiers because you rather have DPS drones there, like drones that actually help better. I know how I fly with this, but I don't know how to do it with an Ishtar, because with an Ishtar, I guess, is that why you fit a rail gun? Or why you fit rail guns? And I know with the Stormbringer, for example, I would only go for the bioadaptive, or for the biocache. Because I'd have to fly around all the way. Then again, I could... Yeah, no, it's too slow. $18.5 million. Average should be 123 million, give or take. I'm not feeling that at the moment. Lots of ghosting and Rodiva. Ooh. Lots of Kikimoras. This is this could be a heavy room. Oh, starving also. Yeah, sure, why not? If I run Yamas, yeah, I will. For exotics, it's not needed. It just makes it pricier. If I run tier 6 Gammas, yeah, I will. Is a combination of the signature cloud and so many Kikimoras pulling up. That is why it's so annoying here in this one. It's also why you bring boosters and why you bring nanite, because then you can overheat. So I just pop my boosters, 20% shield boost and 5% shield boost from the other one. It's 25% shield boost bonus. Even if I'm not, I mean, this is the first time I use the boosters in, I don't know, a very, very, very long time. But I still carry them. Because in the Abyss, you always want to have an ace up your sleeve. And if I don't use my boosters, I don't use my boosters and they'll be in the ship forever. Which I'm fine with. But I still want to have them around when I need them. Split their own DPS? Okay. Focus fire is on. I don't see focus fire. Yeah. Why is that sitting even there? Clearly does not work. This is also already room 2. I'm very good on time. I'll wait for these cans to come in. Yeah, I always also look at my timer. If there's a lot of loot to come in from like far away, being tractored, and I'm running below 10 minutes, it's usually not a good plan to wait for it. A couple of million's not gonna be worth waiting. And then losing your ship. But in this case, I've got plenty of time. I'm starting to wonder whether I'm in a tier 5. And even then, it's still low for a tier 5. The loot's really bad today. Okay, well, 32.2. I guess that's about okay for tier 5. But I'm not in a tier 5. Last room will have to carry. No warp. Sentinel. Ooh, very easy room. I mean, the only electronic warfare that matters to me are these two sentinels. All of those no warp ones, they warp scramble, but I use an afterburner, so I don't I don't care. And these don't do a lot of damage, so this is just easy. That moment when you realize you're using Scourge in Gamma. Not that wrong with the Gila. And at tier 3, why not? The ship does get a bonus for kinetic and thermal, so I believe it's only at the high tiers where it becomes better to use Nova, for example, over the Scourge. And the lower tiers, it's not really worth it. To a degree, yeah. I gotta check how big it is though. 10%. That's 50% bonus. I would probably say yes. It overrides it. And I may need to check that. I may need to check the actual values behind it, but for the definitely into tier 3, yeah. 50% is a lot though. Okay, 51.7 million. That's more like it. That means we're at, well, still under 100 million. But it's better. $64.9. Okay. Well, we're not out of filaments. We'll go drop off the loot, and then I'll check how much I have. Yesterday was 1.6 billion. I'm not gonna make that today. Also, I streamed longer yesterday, so not something I can do today. Oh no, 5 minutes before it collapses. I have a solution for that one.
Leave?
Yeah, let's just get out. Why wait for it? $120 million. Almost redeemed itself. Yeah. At tier 5, yes. Only at tier 5. You don't get it anywhere else. Only tier 5. But yeah, it's still around, yeah. Charybdis, first time today. Okay. And yeah, I did go in without repairing my heat damage. I'm taking out the neutralizers first. Oh, reload. Reminder, you don't make it until you sell. Yep, true. I keep telling myself this, forcing myself to make daily cheetah runs. I'm not gonna do daily runs though. But yeah, until it's in your wallet. Yeah. I'm not a pack rat, I just dropped one. Right? I'm not a pack rat, I just drop them. Random parts of Dead Space, apparently. I'll have 7 of something and think I will have enough chips to equip it all one day. Maybe. Using rapid light missiles over heavies. It is for one a fitting issue. Also and on top of that, rapid light missiles take good care of the small frigates and stuff. They apply way better. So if you, in the beginning of most rooms you get these frigates like starvers or like neutralizers or webbers or something, and you can take them out much faster. That's why you do it. It's good DPS. It's good DPS that applies really well. And that's why I would go with it. Plus, I believe heavy missile launchers have more fitting requirements. I also don't like the reload. Yeah. That is the major downside. That is the disadvantage. But the explosion velocity, like the application, is so good. Faction's gonna be expensive, yeah. Thanks for the follow. Faction might be expensive. I've got one faction here, one storyline here, an Undertaker. But the reason for that is fitting. It's fitting related. I mean, I've got 4 power grid remaining. I cannot fit a regular heavy here. That's not gonna work out. Plus, I use that one launcher to pop the cans in the distance. It has 63 kilometers of range with faction, so. Yeah, they're not always on the market. I need to look up where they come from because I don't know. I'm not sure there's another one that fits. I may have to look.
Well, a bird, bird, bird. But bird's a word, well, a bird, bird, bird. Well, a bird is a word, well, a bird, bird. But bird's a word, well, a bird, bird, bird. Well, a bird is a word, well, a bird, bird. But bird's a word, well.
Oké. Ik haal daar in even Undertaker en Dread Gorista. Ja. This was a long room. Like what I do here, I put my light missiles on the frigates while my drones take out the cruisers already. That way I can split damage. I'm not sure, I mean, I don't believe heavies will apply this well. They will have the very convenient thing of having the range, but yeah. You don't have to take 2 missiles. Yeah, that's indeed something useful to have. Yeah. But with the Gila, the drone skills are essentially the most important ones. Because, I mean, the drones are by far where the damage is at. I consider the missiles to be support, as in they drones I'm kicked out on running a dummy for missions for years does that to you. Oh yeah, of course. Yep. Oh, Gojira. Oh. Ten minutes. Problem is, if you put heavy assault missiles on it, you also have very short range. Your fitting is probably even worse, and the application is terrible for frigates. For heavy assault missiles to apply really well, you need a web or a target painter. And something like a Cerberus can get away with it, but a Gila cannot. Especially if your missiles are not your main damage. Good night. Whoa, 72.2 million. Finally, we're hitting the rebound loot's getting better. Yes, there are skills for Skinner. I know. That is the main reason I don't engage with it at all. That and the fact that it's Plex related in a lot of cases, but the fact that there's skills that I need to actually train and spend time on, for me is the reason I don't engage with it. I'll train them as the last skills I will ever train in EVE Online. I mean, they're the lowest possible priority for me. So if there's nothing else to train, then I will be forced to train him. But that's not gonna happen. So no, I will never train him. Skinner is a system that I actually looked forward to until it released. And since it released, I don't care about it anymore. Kills and Plex cost. I just don't care about it anymore. I love the idea, but yeah. Exactly, yeah. That's how I see it as well. And it's very easy for them, I assume, as well now, because every second reward you get anywhere is Skinner related stuff. So most of the login rewards or rewards during like events, let's say the winter event, are completely worthless to me. They're pure fillers. Trash that I can throw away. Call me weird, but I'd buy and skill up something that reduces the jettison cooldown. What? Yeah, okay. It's not a terrible idea. In the meantime, we've got 5 minutes. We have a 5-minute warning. It's the reason that I put my drones on the battleship already in the distance. If that thing dies, we have a chance. But if the battleship is the last thing alive, there's a high chance I might die in this one. Which means that I need to stop reading chat. Because that should never happen in an exotic. Dying on time. That means I've been too distracted. 3 minutes 20. I'm even gonna start firing my heavy missile at my target. Oh, but there is hope. There's hope, because you know what is just died? The battleship.
Yeah, your drones actually went through the armor pretty damn quick.
Yep. And if I can manage to take out the baby fires, I might still get a tractor drop off and maybe get some loot in. Because I'm not gonna fly to any loot here. I don't care about the loot in this room.
Your
Yes.
ship is the loot.
I am flying the loot in this one. I'm on top of the gate, so I'm gonna drop it here. Uh, 2 minutes. We're good. We're good. This is the. I mean, this is close though. Like, this is very strange for an exotic. Exotic is usually a fast filament. Just double checking, I am in jump range. 1 minute 20. There we go. This is like the reminder. You've been a little too comfortable here. Why don't we wake you up a little? One minute. I'm gonna wait for this one, but not for the other one. There we go. Now we pick it up. And we jump. That was close. But it was not as close as yesterday. Because that's something I do not want to repeat. 3 seconds. In tier 6 Firestorm. Firing kinetic with kinetic drones. Of course. Watch where you enter. Watch what you do. Don't enter wrong filaments. You need to fill it in by yourself every time, yes, which is why I don't do it. If that thing, if there was a way, maybe not automate, but to make it a little more fluid, yeah. Yes. My fits are not tested, obviously. They have 0 runs to them. All of them have 0 runs, because I've never filled it in.
And the thing is that technically with an API key, it should be easy trackable.
Yes, I do believe so, yeah.
I'm sure of it.
Yeah. If there was a way, I would do it. Yes. Yeah, not always, but usually I do it, yeah. Yes, but then I need to make a YouTube vid for every vid that I post, which may happen, but we'll see in 100 years. Sorry, it says there's so much. Good evening. I mean, if I could make that many videos, I would, but that means I need to stop doing anything else in life. There's so much, man. But I should get more to making some videos again, yeah. Correct. Yeah. I'll just go and repair my heat. Ah, Almanac is here. Where does it actually come from? Because I know it's not Dutch. It's does that come from French? I know it's dialect over here for like calendar. But where does that come from? I don't know. An almanac, exactly.
Spanish Arabian origins.
Oh wow, did not see that coming. Okay.
Well, that's what generally is believed, but they're not 100% sure.
Time for a little bit of hot water.
Yeah, you're never gonna guess what Igna was doing the whole time.
Heating up water.
No? My favorite pastime.
Mining.
Yep. The mining ship.
Okay.
I'm just gathering some raw materials. I saw that I had a Kikimora blueprint here, so.
If you need me to bring some stuff over, I can.
I know. I'll once I get I went in some mining because I didn't have anything else to do. For the most part, I think I will do some stuff myself, and then if I need those 0 points and those crystalline isogen stuff, I'll just poke you.
Yeah. Still enough missiles. Let's check the loot. 568 million average already, estimated. So it's not that bad. I know today has not been really good then. You're looking for risk or giving a bit advice on how to get some quick keys. I guess we can try both, but I'm definitely looking for risk. But I mean, if I was only looking for risk and not engaging with the chat at all, I could go a lot faster and make more risk, of course, yeah. I know that very well. But this week I'm looking to make ISK so that I can test more ships and try more weird concepts later. It's just that occasionally you do run out of ISK if you don't really focus on making it. And if you test like a lot of different ships and some of them don't work.
Eagle.
Yeah, Eagle.
Yeah, and it's not the cheapest one either, to be fair.
No.
Imagine if you had to go through 4 or 5 Barbarossas to get a decent mission fit.
I will still be grinding to get the fourth one. I don't know what the price is these days though. I have not looked.
I don't either, I just logged off. I'm gonna call it a day. See you tomorrow, mate.
Good night, and yeah. Well, let's go again. Another tier 6. Oh, I love Monstero.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
You were going somewhere? Ah, the shacks. The water's just ready. I'm not joking. Here, right. Yes, this is well, what I would argue might be the best ship for Abyss overall. Gila. This one right there. That is exactly what I'm flying. I've seen today someone's newest fit, tier 6 Gila. I was surprised tier 6 aren't on battleships or something. Yeah, no. Biggest ship that can enter the Abyss is a cruiser. Not even battle cruiser. So, no, it's plus you can do them in frigates as well, but then you need a multi-box or find friends. $6 million. You can handle tier 6 on frigates, yeah. Multiple though. You need 3 of them. To run tier 6 you need 3 frigates. There's no other way. It's very good disc. Very, very, very good disc. But it is not easy to fly. It's not that cheap to fly because each frigate will probably cost a fair bit. And at some point you will lose them. Even more than with a cruiser. With frigates you will most definitely lose them at some point. But you will make much more. If you do it right, you should make much more than you lose. And that's the key. But you will lose ships with frigates. Okay, that's room 1 done. Let's go. Yeah, I'll post it on Kick as well. Let's see. Starving. I know my priority. I don't like to be neutralized. I'm fairly resistant to newts, but I still don't like them. These are, I don't have mutated drones on me here, but you can mutate augmented face pass. The mutated is just something that you use a mutaplasmid on, so it can be anything as a base. I have augmented with me. I find them quite good versus like Ephialtes rooms, and I also tend to pop them out on something like an Overmind. I'm not 100% whether that's the optimal, but they do extremely well. Take 2 drones also work versus the battleships, but the Ephialtes is definitely feels better with augmented. Yes, I would say so, yeah. One of the nicest things about the Ishtar is that the Scylla rooms where you can just set 1 drone on each ship, so 5 targets at once. Yeah, that's true. They really die fast. Here I'm just letting my drones do whatever, flying about, killing cans, and my tractor will get them to me. If you're maxed in skills for a Gila, then it's very profitable to get one, yeah. But depending on experience in the Abyss before, I would still suggest to go through all the tiers, or at least tier 2, 3 onwards, just to get a feel for the rooms. If you haven't done Abyss before. If you're already experienced in the Abyss, you can start a bit higher. But I still wouldn't go for 5 or 6 straight away. Then I would just go through them like casually, easily. Don't go too high too fast. Yeah, you can go for tier... With the Gila, you should be able to go for tier 3s even if your skills are lower. It's a very, very good ship. $21 million so far. Capacitive skills are life. Even in the passive Gila, I see a lot of people say that I don't need capacitor, I'm passive. If you're running an invulnerable, sorry, that was the old name, the multi-spectrum shield harder, you may want capacitor for it. Because there's a big difference to running some resists and no resists. Still. So you always want some degree of capacitor. You don't need much. That's true. You still want some. You should never completely ignore neutralizers. Not even in a passive fit. Because I notice a difference in my passive fit when my shield harden shuts off. I notice the difference in the incoming damage. It's big. It's a lot. No. For tier 3s I would not run any implant. Definitely no. I mean, you can, but you really don't need it. Even for tier 4s, you don't need it. For the fit that I'm running, technically, you never need the implants. You can run without, all the way up to tier 6. But I do assume that doesn't allow much room for error. So if you want to have a little bit more safety and like survival chances, the implants do help big time. For tier 5 you don't need them. I would really say you don't need them for tier 5. If your skills are perfect. For tier 6, same thing. But it's an extra layer of safety. And especially with me being so distracted by stream so much, so often, I'm definitely gonna keep the implants. I'm hitting caps for new modules. Need to look at a fit more caps. What do you mean, capacitor? Lots of Kikimoras. This could be dangerous, but not a lot of webifiers, so I'm probably good. So I'm gonna take out some starving and then the ghosting Kikimoras. This is the last room, so I'm gonna pop all the cans. Let's take out the 2 ghosting. Missile range 41. I definitely need to take 1 out. There we go, perfection. Okay. Yeah. Gonna head back towards the gate. $50 kilometers now. Let's start overheating. My wallet, I mean, I sold 4 billion worth of ammunition. Don't ask me why I had 4 billion of ammunition. But I haven't sold the loot that I've made yet. I'm in nullsec, so it's not that easy out here. I still have to get it to the market and then sell it. That's something I may do at the end of the week. But it's 1.6 billion plus like 600 million plus whatever I made recently in these runs. Yeah. I've got a bit of ISK again, yeah. The wallet will be better. Double fucker cap battery. Well, it does help me survive a lot. Hey, good evening. Wow, I mean, I'm in tier 6 exotic. I am comfortable. So, and I know my drones and everything, they are killing the Kikimoras, and yeah, every Kikimora you kill is one less that's pulling up. DPS was already starting to drop off. Lots of cash. What do you mean lots of cash? That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm doing it, to get some cash.
That was the worst thing I ever heard. It was terrible. Horrendous. Well, it wasn't that bad. Oh, yeah? Well, there were parts of it I liked. Yeah, I liked a lot of it. Yeah, it was good. It was great. It's wonderful. Oh, bravo. More.
Well, this one here is what I'm waiting for. It's coming. What about implants in abyssals? Do people usually wear any or clean clones, just cheap ones? It depends. It depends. Low tier, I would say try to avoid implants. Higher tiers, you're probably gonna need them. Yeah, I like this setup, honestly. I really like the heavy to pop the loot in the distance. I don't have to send the drone over, which, I mean, it is half my DPS. And yeah, flying over is not really an option, because a lot of the time you're just going to be webified, so you're not going to have much speed. And if you have to fly like 60 kilometers, it's not going to work out. You still want to be able to make it back to the gate in time. But you sit in low tier, they don't wear, in high ones, only low ones. The problem is, it depends on the fit, what you're running, what you're going for, sometimes what your skills are. Most fits for tier 5 and 6 abyss run implants. Most of the time. For tier 6, almost all of them. But it very much depends what ship is, because some implants are more expensive than others, like Nirvanas are rather expensive. I'm running mid-grade crystals, so they are not that expensive, to be honest. I was surprised. I expected them to be more. But I believe Asclepians are also very expensive, the armor repair one. It all depends. I mean, 116 million. Wow. Oh, slots. Ah. Well, slot 8, I've got an 8, 9, and 10 in here, because slot 7 didn't really have much useful for what I'm running. And these are also not necessary, but they're not that expensive, so I've slot them anyway, which is why it's plus 3%. If I want to have a little bit extra, but I don't want to pay a lot, I go for like the 3% ones, the 0.3 implants essentially. Because 0.5 is where it starts to become, yeah, really expensive. So these ones are affordable. I also run the same tool here on my hawk, for example, a lot of the time. How to use your attribute points. Well, I don't really look at it at all. I didn't even realize I could remap. But I'm set up apparently for perception and willpower, which I believe is ship skills. The way you can see it is if you go to this one. Yeah. Like if you go for a skill like here, they will have attributes here. Second tab, and there you have the primary attribute, willpower, secondary, perception. A lot of these similar skills have the similar attributes, and I believe ship skills and weapon skills have the same, except they may be switched. At the moment it's 238 million on this one. But we mean total across characters. I don't know. This one. I'm set up for ship skills and such, so just keep playing, mate. It comes naturally. They don't matter for they don't do anything to the skills. It's training time. It is I would say it's a relic from an old age. You used to have learning skills. I believe this might be the only remnant that remains in a way, because I don't really see much use for the attributes. It just changes the training time from certain skill sets or skill families or categories to go faster while it slows down others, but I honestly don't see a need for this system to be in EVE Online at all. It does not really bring much, if anything, to the table. I consider this to be a relic from the past. Spaghetti code, if you will. I don't see a reason for this mechanic to be in the game. Not unless they do something more with it, but it's just it just makes it more complicated for no benefit really. And industry is another set, like if you go, let's say production, let's take this one, you have memory intelligence. So it's 2 different attributes. And if you go fleet support, for example leadership, then you'll have charisma and willpower. So if there's something you want to go for and you do a remap, sometimes it's good to do a remap and then plan in a lot of skills that use that attribute. Like if you want to learn a lot of ships or ship skills, you can remap for those attributes and then you train those skills faster. Thanks for the follow. Like if you wanna go for industry at some point and you wanna really get into it for a while, because you're I believe you get 2 bonus remaps when you start, and every year you get 1, I believe. So you have to use them wisely. You don't get infinite remaps. So probably make a skill plan or a whole skill queue and then look at what most of the attributes are and you can, I don't know, judge it that way. Like if there's a lot of ship skills, take those attributes as primary or the highest and probably good. It does make a difference on the training times of skills though. It does. I may need to look at my playlist. I'm not sure if that one was... There are some songs that have maybe lyrics in them that people don't like these days. Yeah, no. Society changes, music doesn't. Not for me, at least. Get this, Karen. So there's one important factor here. Do not approach or move directly away from the battleship. Lots of webifiers as well. Gotta take out a few of the webifiers here. Oh, what? Yeah, it's a wrecking shot because I'm too slow. Oh, wow. What the hell? Yeah, okay. I guess there's something to be learned there. Do not underestimate a lot of webifiers in a Karen room. You know what I also realized? Those boosters I use for panic moments, I don't have them with me here. I couldn't even have popped my boosters because I didn't have any anymore. Yeah. Okay, well, I really figured I'd lost the ship. I didn't. I did not believe I was gonna survive this one. Yep. I'm not worried about the other rooms. But if there's that many webifiers, you probably should take them out. See, and you don't even get paid for it. 18 million. 18 bloody million in tier 6. I'm being scammed here. You should always go at an angle towards the battleship. Yeah. Oh yeah, in that way. Yeah, yeah. The problem is, a lot of times you spawn far away from the center, and if you go backwards, you're gonna be at the edge soon, but why not pre-roll a blue pill? Well, I don't know, because I've never really had to. I usually go through these rooms without any problem. This was, I guess, a special one. Well, battleship's almost down. There we go. 30 million. No, don't go straight away. Always go at an angle. But it is indeed, yeah. It's a little bit worse, yeah. I must be honest. I do like it when my ship is on fire. Because of, well, trigonometry essentially. If you're like in a triangle, if you're like going at a transversal, you essentially, because of your distance increasing, you're basically slowing down relatively to the target. But yeah, exactly, yeah. Distance to target changes. That's simpler. Yeah. Sasha room. Lots of knights. One smith. Of course, I don't want to go into armor now, because I don't have much of it. I mean, none of it. um... Hey, gotta be, it's gonna be exciting, you know. Is this how it's gonna be every day? One day you just make one missed target priority and you get punished for it. The other day you drop your ship in a firestorm tier 6 instead of an exotic. I don't know, like. Hey, I did come out alive yesterday. I got lucky. No, it is not. Pasvigila dies in here. There are definitely mistakes with the passive healer. Trivializing neutralizers, for example, is one. Yes, I know you're passive. But if your resist drops off, your multi-spectrum, your damage that you take does increase big time. You're less vulnerable to them, true. But you still are. I've done tier 6 Yamas in passive Gila. I've done a lot of them. I didn't have a propulsion module on that one. And full mutated drones, because at tier 6 I would definitely suggest doing it. You might need all the DPS you can get. But it ran fine, honestly. It was not cheap though, it was absolutely way too expensive. It's not impossible. Definitely not. I mean, I've done plenty of it. It just eventually it died because I got a call that I needed to answer. That was important, and yeah, I was in the abyss and my ship died because I was, well, not there. But it's for sure possible. Yeah. No, it wasn't even one mistake. I could not really AFK it, but it was close. It was close. I'm not sure I still have the fit. Tier 6 Ishtar. No. I don't trust Ishtar. Ishtar is not something that I like to fly. I might do it soon, but that's not gonna be tier 6. Absolutely no. I used to run a tier 6, it just blew right through the buffer. For Gamma's, Vagabond is amazing. Oh, Furies. This is another room that's potentially very dangerous. What I do here is I kill one elite Lucifer Cinnaball, which is the biggest DPS in the room. And then I kill the Lucifer Cinnaballs next. And then the last elite Lucifer Cinnaball. Because the regular Cinnaballs, they die a lot faster because they have lower hit points. But yes, this room also likes to eat drones, specifically the Dremiels. The Vagabond is amazing. Really? Is my hull low? Oh, I hadn't noticed. Yeah. I may have taken a little bit of a beating. Tier 6? No. It's certain rooms, but that's the same in other tiers. Drone Tessera battlecruisers eat drones. Certain angel rooms also. But that's also true in the lower tiers. But with the Gila, you don't notice it in the lower tiers because your drones are so overpowered. If one or two of the frigates hit my drones are not gonna notice. But if it's like 10 frigates like it's here, then yeah, they are noticing. I would suggest doing it, going for a session change, similar to when you get it when you go ratting. That doesn't feel normal. It depends. Like in Efialti's rooms, it's the spearfishers and the lancers that love drones. Yes, I do, but that is not well, not on this character. Oh, but cable management. Oh yeah. This is the last room. I can look up a few fits in a bit when I'm out of here. I have to do with another character, so. First PC, it opts for a 5K build. Whoa, big plans. I gotta admit, I don't know what mine here is worth. Because over the years it's become a mess. Like, I need to replace this, I need to upgrade that, I need to replace this. I don't know what the value is. It's a mixture of parts, I guess. It's probably a fair bit, yeah. But I don't know. It's not a topper. It's not a huge... I don't have the latest graphic cards or anything. No. I don't need them. I also don't need it at all. Let's see. 3 minutes. At least 8% structure. More than enough. "90 kilometers. Yeah, I'm not gonna wait for that one. I need to repair my ship. How do you halve the value of a PC in one move? I'm not running Windows 11. At the moment I'm on Windows 10, and that was already a downgrade in my book, but I'm still waiting on the verdict of a few people to go for, I don't know, maybe Linux or something similar. I really don't want to go for Windows 11, and at some point I will or be forced to, or I'd have to go for a completely different operating system, and that will bring with it a lot of issues, I imagine. Windows 64. Because I don't know, Microsoft is pushing so hard on their AI bullshit that, I don't know, and their spyware. They're basically pushing their monopoly, which means that it needs to break. Because if a company becomes that oppressive, arrogant, and such, that's when I believe they should fall down. You can still pay for having it updated. Wait, pay? Okay. Well, probably beats Windows 11. but I've got a lot of stuff on Windows 10 that I uninstalled, that I threw off. A lot of programs that were essentially just spyware and baggage. Because every Windows edition has been getting worse. But yeah, I did love XP a lot, yeah. Windows XP. I love that one. 2 tier 6 runs. 197 million. The loot is terrible today. It's not just bad. It's miserable, exactly. So the loot for today is 765 million estimated without blueprints. Yesterday I was on 1.4 billion at this point. Yeah. And I have no clue why this one is locked. Like it will stay there forever. I don't care. Usually I do carry every shield ship almost every shield ship, if it has a repair, I carry one of these around. Not that I use them a lot, but like before, that's the moment I usually pop these. Sniper Chris. Good evening, welcome. Wait, you need a how many runs to be in the money in that ship and pod? No, you don't. 123 average per run. 3.3 billion cost of ship plus implants. So it's not that many. This ship has paid for itself more than 10 times already. How was the stream, mate? What were you up to? I'm doing tier 6 Yamas. Sorry, wow. Tier 6 exotics, even.
That was the worst thing I ever heard. It was terrible. Horrendous. Well, it wasn't that bad. Oh, yeah? Well, there were parts of it I liked. Yeah, I liked a lot of it. Yeah, it was good. It was great. It was wonderful. Oh, bravo. More.
Just about every evening is better than this evening in loot. Yeah, this is the worst I've had in that I can remember today. For tier 6 loot, this is almost this is a little bit better than tier 5. Except I'm running tier 6. You don't control your loot drops. Sadly. I'm gonna repair. I had 8% hull remaining, so crazy good mining fleet Tuesday. Oh, danger 0 rated from CCP with 1500 peeps. Oh, I have a late shift. I probably missed that stream entirely. I just got home, got some food, ate some nice dinner. Late dinner, I guess, and fired up the stream. I don't usually stream during the week that often, but my goal today is to go for risk, but it's not really coming. The game's refusing me today. It's denying the good stuff. So at some point, the loot's gotta get better. Yeah, my wallet was at 100 million across characters on the weekend, so I figured I would have to focus a bit on ISK making for at least like a week to get that up again, because I need to test more stuff, and that probably means also testing stuff that doesn't work, and that's losing ships, so I need to pay for them. Plus, I love running this. Like, this is right now. This is my favorite ship, and fit for tier 6. Yeah. I'm still looking to find ships that do other filaments that I can also really get comfortable with. Hikimuras. Is there a yes renewing one in here? Angling, starving. Only one Rodiva, that's nice. Doing the Nexus event reward track five times has been lucrative. If you get a perseverance, I don't know how much that thing is worth now that the event is gone, but it probably went up a fair bit. I have 2 perseverances apparently. Yeah, I was testing it in the Abyss, and I knew I bought one, fitted one for testing, and then I lost it. I didn't find it, so I bought another one, fitted it up, and then the next day I found the previous one. So now I have 2. Yeah, Kikimuras do a lot of damage, but I also want to get rid of the starving Damavix. Sold the blueprint for 340 million. Ooh, wow. It definitely went up then, because that's the blueprint, not the ship. Okay, time to drop the tractor. If that ghosting dies, I can kill this one with the heavy launcher. Yes. I've got 2 fucker cap batteries, which is why this ship is so resilient to neutralizers. It's definitely saved me. Sorry, no, it's not medium. They're 2 large cap batteries. Not medium, it's large. Large fucker cap battery. There we go. I'm trying to pop those nodes in the distance. And then I'll go back to the tracker unit to pick the rest up. I really hope the loot's improving on this one. I don't know if I'm gonna wait for the one at 60 kilometers here to come in to get tractors. Probably not. I do like to get all the cans, but only if it's efficient, if I don't have to really wait for it, especially in the first room. The last room we can afford to wait, but yeah, first room is not always as smart. 34.5 million. 46. Okay, room done. Let's scoop and go. Five-minute mark. That's a decent room. Oh. Lots of wardens, some upholders, only one fire watcher, and the rest is DPS. The rest is not important. Yeah, usually my strategy in most rooms is simple. I just approach the transfer conduit, pop the loot in the distance with the heavy launcher, and drop a tracker unit when I'm close. It depends on the room. Because not every room is the same, and I'm apparently moving away from it, so I'll go approach now, so that I can drop the tractor. Upholders are baby fires, which is why I am so slow. It would be nice to get that last baby fire off the field. There we go, another can gone. It's going a little better as a last run. At least in this one I have armor and hull. But good night. Good night. It's almost 3 AM. I'm gonna do these runs, this set of runs that I have on me now, and you'll see what the time it is. I'm not gonna wait for these, they're too far away. I wanted to hit this one, but My drones are also set on focus fire. Yet they're not focusing fire. I believe this is a very, very valuable setting that definitely is not bugging out. Unless I completely misunderstand what focus means. Just wondering why it's even there if it works so bad. Mm. 25, seriously, come on, man. This is tier 5 loot. Just does, it's not a good enough, it's not a good evening at all. Like, yeah, okay, let's scoop and go. I'm not even gonna wait for it. There's only a couple of million usually in them. If the base loot is that bad, it's not gonna fix it. Usually the loot is better, much better. Usually it's like twice what I'm getting today. It's just somehow absolutely terrible today. So at some point it needs to flip the other way. Because the average, as for me at least, the average loot is still 122, 123-ish. That still holds up. Because I also sometimes get really good runs. Just none of them today. Snarecasters. Snarecasters are the webby fires. Wild to see this. I was in Sniper's stream and I'm a noob making his biggest paycheck yet at 21 million from the mining fleet. Yeah. But something else is how much risk was the mining fleet? How was the investment? Because that's sometimes also something to put in perspective. Yes, you get a lot of loot and reward here, but you're also putting a ship on the line that is, in most cases, very, very expensive. And if you were here, like, for the last run, I was in deep hull. So it's very easy to lose all of that. So this is very much risk versus reward. If you lose a ship, you're gonna work for it to get it back. And if you lose, for example, a mining ship, you can warp back, grab your loot, build half a ship from that. Here, you don't have access to it at all. You're never seeing anything again. But mining is, honestly, it can be very relaxing and very casual, relaxing. You can watch a movie. You can don't watch a movie while you're doing Abyss. It's not gonna work out. It's really not gonna work out. But I mean, mining is nice, chill, casual. I would say easy-ish. So it's only fair that it's not the same level as something that's quite intense and risky. If that was the case, I would not be playing EVE Online, because that means the basic principle of the game is completely upside down. Tier 0 is where it's good to start, yeah. It depends what you fly or wanna fly. But tier 0, I mean the best in my opinion, the best starter things for the Abyss tier 0 would be Kaldari missiles, go Kestrel or Korax. They're really good. You can top it up with a worm eventually. Amar ships. Yeah, Punisher then. No, Punisher. Punisher into Retribution. Absolutely. Slicer is good for tier 1 also. But for tier 0, of course, it's gonna be even better. But you can get away with a Punisher. You can even do a Punisher for tier 1s. Without too much effort. But a worm I consider to be the best ship that an alpha can fly. If you're Omega, of course, you've got a Hawk. You've got a Retribution as well. As the best ones, I would say. For frigates, that is. If you go cruiser, an easy one to get into is, well, the one I'm flying now, would be Agila. And it's basically the cruiser version of the worm. If you go for a worm, you're already building a lot of the same skills you're gonna use for this one. This one does tier 6. All the way. So go starting Kaldari, missiles, then moving into Goristas is for me like a very, very good one. Another one that's really good is the Vagabond. Minmatar projectiles, but that progression track is not as... I mean... Missiles are just amazing in the Abyss. They just are. And drones, well, I mean, you get super drones with the Goristas, so... Boost on hit points and damage. They're amazing. I want to know the loot from this one. I want to know how bad it was. Ah, I didn't check the last room. It must 100 million. Must all be the last room then. Below average, but better than I'm used to today. Worm is a frigate for starting in the Abyss that also gets you through level 3 missions and mostly ED3s, so all around wonder when skilled. Yeah, I agree, yeah. The Worm is absolutely fantastic. Benefit is, if you skill enough with the Worm, you can also run solo tier 2 with it. And that's something I'm gonna test soon as well when I'm done with the tier 1 destroyers. I'm gonna move up to tier 2 then, and then 3, 4, hopefully. If I manage to hold on that long. But yeah, it's fun. I mean, I recently made that whole Abyss tier list for tier 1 frigates, and there's 3 ships I would put in the absolute top of the list. There's a Worm, the Hawk, and the Retribution. Nurgle is close behind though, but the Nurgle has a few weaknesses. Range is one of them. The Spool is another. It's also got strength, which is also again the Spool. It's a weakness and the strength. Lots of little neutralizing frigates here. But if they die 2 by 2, yeah, it's gonna go fast. Well, almost. Yep, you can kill the upholder. I'm okay with that. Let's drop the tractor unit. Oh yeah, one thing that I always do in the Abyss is I sort by type. I know the image is in front, but I sort by type on my overview. That way, you can judge a room much easier. You can instantly see there's 6 of that one, there's 4 babyfires, 2 ghosting, 2 of this, and because they're all gonna be listed next to each other. And that's something in the high tier Abyss you definitely want to do. That's what I mean. 111 million. In one room. It's gonna be this one. 91 for an unstable stasis webifier mutaplasmid. Million. That's more in line with what I'm used to. And that is the fit that I'm flying. And I also love the fact that somebody on YouTube commented that it's a shit fit and it dies 100%. Sure. Is that why this very ship probably has like 230 runs without a single loss? Because it always dies? Sure. I mean, I'm sure that's why. It's not gonna be the pilot or the skills. Nah. If I die in this ship, yes, but I have to add that I was very distracted and I did make piloting errors. So if you pay attention, you should not get that close. Yeah. I fly a lot worse because I'm streaming and I follow chat. And I'm doing a tier 6. That's a sacrifice I'm definitely making. What I did wrong in that room was I chose to go for the ghosting first, I believe, or the guidance disruptors over the webifiers. I only spotted the webifiers when they started applying the webs, which is my bad, because I should have prioritized. If there's that many webifiers in a Karen room, they are priority. And I only started to hit them after like 1 minute. And at that point I was already webbed to hell and not moving. That was the mistake I made. It was a big mistake as well. So if you don't make that one and you kill a lot of webifiers by the time they really start applying, because you can definitely kill like 2 or 3 before they start webbing you, it would not have gone to hell. And I'm absolutely sure it would not have gone to hell. Worst case, a little dip into armor. Because that was a big piloting error there. Yep. The worm is the worm and the Gila, both of them, they're like the perfect mix of stats. Sentinel, Upholder, Firewatcher, Warden. So Wardens are webby fires, Upholders are webby fires, Firewatchers and Sentinels are neutralizers. Oh, Speed Cloud, I like. The worm is good for so many things, man. Mm. 89 kilometers away. Seriously? I've got one of these sub nodes or extra nodes like at 89 kilometers, 81 now. I'm gonna try to get it, but yeah. That's why I took out the webby fires. Because I need to move. Also, preservers are logistics, but they're not that powerful. They don't rip that much. The one downside to rapid light missiles is the reload. It's way too long. At this point, everything that's annoying is dead, so it's clean up. I'm gonna get back to the tractor unit, pick up the loot, and move on. By the time I get there, this should be dead. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. Let's see what this room gives me. 34 million, not bad. Perfect timing. Everything's dead. And the loot is in. Timing could not be better. Another trick room. Whoa, starving. Heavy on the starving. Very heavy on the ghosting. That means my missiles are probably borderline useless. But I'm still gonna use them to take out some damage, hopefully. Gotta take some neutralizers off the field. No Rodivas in this one. Okay, no logic. Starving Vidmax, I don't like him. And then I'm gonna take out the one Webifier. Just because there's only one, so. Yeah, I gotta take out the Vidmax. Okay. Yep. Drop tractor and start on the ghosting. Whoa, wait, what do you mean enemy ship kits? You mean the rooms and everything? I have them memorized at this point. I know exactly which type does what, depending on their naming. It is if you do a lot of abyss, it is something that will come naturally. And that's what I mean when I say you should move up slowly. Yeah, and because if you move slowly, every tier adds more and more of these things. So you start to, I mean, at tier 5 and 6, I would say it's very important to enter a room, and within a couple of seconds, like, that one's dangerous, that one's dangerous, that one does that, and that is what I want to take out. You don't want to go like, I'll just shoot something. Because that doesn't work. I mean, that is basically the mistake I made when I went into Hull. That is kind of a good example of just going in and just shooting something. I mean, I was really not paying attention there. Another one is you can get a lot from the naming, like Spark on these rogue drones. Spark means EM, Strike means kinetic, and so on. That's the type of damage they're going to be dealing, because Spark means EM. So if you show info, they do 100% EM damage. And if you go Strike, show info, 100% kinetic. Same with the battlecruisers. They also have the same naming. So if you really want to know your ship well, then you open your fitting in the abyss. You can see your resists here. And 73 is my lowest. No, 72. So if I want to really be focusing, then I should focus on the Strike before EM, because Strike does more damage than EM, because my resist is okay 1% here, but it is lower, so that way you can also judge which one you need to take. Another 61. Well, this is a very good run, so yes, it does balance out. I'm just happy I see the good loot as well today. First good run of the day. $218 million. That's a good one. Really good one. Well, if you had 30% versus 80%, you need to destroy enemies that deal the damage step with your 30% first. Yep, exactly. I can link a few things because there's very easy ways to look it up. There's, of course, we're playing Evil Line. There's gonna be spreadsheets about this. I'm wondering what happened to my standard blue pill. Because I cannot find it, and I know I didn't take it because I don't have a booster. Oh, what? And there it is. Am I just streaming or did I miss completely? Whatever. Maybe I'm getting tired. I don't know. Let me see. I'll link this in Twitch. This is an abyssal cheat sheet essentially. This is an image that it may be a little daunting if you don't know all the stuff, but it is a very condensed version of what does what in every room. So if you get like an Angel Cartel room, you know, like a Dremiel is a frigate, does EM, does explosive and kinetic damage, doesn't do anything else. The Elite Dremiel does the same, but it also webifies, and it's like really easy to see on that one. I'll link it on Kick as well on YouTube. Don't want to leave anybody out. Wow. Is that link too long for YouTube? No. Somehow I put it into the emote box. Sometimes YouTube is strange. Okay. Another run. Caribbees, okay. So, baby fires in this room are dangerous. I found it out earlier. But so are target painters. They have a somewhat similar effect. Like, not entirely, but they bloom your signature, which makes you easier to hit for the battleship. And if there's anything you do not want in this room, it's for the battleship, Charybdis, Karen, to hit you. Because if he can hit you well enough, he does wrecking shots, and they do a lot of damage. That's why, versus the battleship, you always want to keep your transversal up. Never go straight at it. It's very important. Which is also why I'm making kind of a weird move just to get to the gate. So that I don't turn and face the battleship at some point during the turn. Because if she sees it and hits at that exact moment, there's gonna be a wrecking shot. And those hurt. Also, don't ask me how I know. I imagine at this point almost every mistake possible in the Abyss I've done it. Probably. Don't do it yourself, but believe me when I say it's the best way to learn. But you don't want to learn it that way. Okay, drones. Go kill a battleship for me. My main game is an extraction shooter called Delta Force. Expensive mistakes stick with you? Yeah. They definitely do. It's my lock range 54. Yep. Obfuscators are sensor dampeners, so that's why I cannot lock this yet. And the reason I put my drones on the battleship is, even though I cannot lock the battleship right now, my drones are still on it. There's a sniper in the game called an AWM, only gun that one-taps top tier helmets. But you only peek someone using one once before you learn to never do it again. Oh, yeah, I don't play any shooter, extraction or no. So I don't know the terms, maybe. Oh, yeah, I got that message. Yeah. It's also very easy to make an expensive mistake, but it's much harder to recover. So, I mean, that's what I mean when doing abyss tier lower. If I want to be super casual and earn like decent amount of ISK, I tend to do abyss one tier lower than the ship's intended for. But I do it with frigates. Like if I run Hawks and I run pure for ISK, I tend to go for tier 4 with Hawks that are meant for tier 5. Because at tier 5, I lose more ships and I need to replace those ships. And at tier 4, I hardly ever lose any ship. And it ends up being a net positive over tier 5. Yes, that's something I did track. Tier 5 is more fun, but you lose more ships. So it's, I don't know. What the? They also complete faster, yeah. The game is trolling me today. 220 million. 220 million. One room. For all the bad loot I've gotten today, is this the compensation? What the hell? Yeah, that's big money. Let's see, I'm new to EVE Online. Can you please suggest any active Discord channels where I can get help from actual players? Yeah, I mean, there's. I'll take a look at it after I'm out of here because I need to really pay attention here. Shit. Ah! This is one of my most annoying rooms. Not because they're so dangerous, but because blindingly shacks. They kite away and they sensor dampen, which means I cannot lock anything right now. My drones are idle and I cannot lock anything. So I'm basically neutralized. I cannot do anything. I need to get close. That is just 5 of them. Yeah, I'm running tier 6 exotic abyss, so I do need to stay with the gameplay a fair bit. There's the EVE University is exactly it is what it says. You've also got the official EVE Online Discord. I could give you my Discord, but there are. It depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for a lot of help, there are better Discords out there. Like EVE University is definitely a very good start. But if you need to know anything or you want to know anything, just ask. People in chat can help. Right now, in-game rookie channel, if you still have access to it, I would suggest you use it. There's a whole bunch of good people in there. Also ISDs who are specifically there to help you out. Yeah, I'm not paying attention to every single chat line at the moment. I'll catch up. If I do, I might go into hell again. This used to be why I ran a lot of tier 5s. No, that is not. You're not hijacking anything. Really, seriously, no. There's no stupid questions, there's only stupid answers. If you need to know or you want to know something, just ask. And if I cannot answer, maybe I'll see it later. Or somebody in chat will. Yeah. Now, at this point I can check whether I missed something. Oh, not much it seems. Okay. Yeah. One very easy casual, I consider casual thing I like to do when I really want to go through them fast is tier 3 frigate. But I only use 2 hawks. If I don't want a triple box or I don't have like friends, then I just run duo hawk through tier 3s and I get about 34 million per run. But you do complete them very fast. And I don't know, it feels... Dual boxing, if you don't have 3 accounts, for example, dual boxing is really good with hawks that way. Of course, you can go jackdaw as well. And go up to tier 6 even if you want. Also very fun to do. Dual boxing jackdaws. They are the best destroyers in the abyss. And I consider that an objective fact. You can prove me wrong on it, because I would very much like to be proven wrong on it. Because I don't like that jackdaws are the only ones that go up to tier 6. I don't like that. The air career missions are fantastic. They give you a lot of stuff. They give you a lot of skills. A lot of ships. A lot of mechanics they teach essentially. I would always suggest career missions before anything else. Yeah. And if you want to get into running abyssals, I would suggest to get a few basic skills sorted first. I don't believe abyssals are good to enter from literally like hour 0. It's not gonna work out. You need a few minor skills. It's not gonna take you long though. For tier 0s. What's my range with missiles? 63. You know, there's something up with the Ixions. Because I'm not just having it once, I've been having it a lot. The Ixions, like this one right here, they guidance disrupt. Yet, they do not reduce my missile range in any way. Which is usually something that a guidance disruption will do. So, are they using a script to only affect my application? Is that it? Is everything else in the Abyss that guidance disrupts me reduces my missile range? Except these guys. I mean, I like it. Keep it that way, please. I don't mind. I probably should, yeah. This is something I want to know. It's like a tiny little detail that would be helpful to know. $30 million. It's 3:30. This was my last run. I'm not gonna stop like that soon, but I need to go to bed soon, essentially. There's written which EWAR and damage all opponents use, but I'm not sure if there's such big details. Yeah, I've never seen it being mentioned anywhere like that, but I'm gonna try to pay attention to it in the future as well, and with other ships. If I get Ixions, with a missile ship, I'm gonna pay close attention to my missile range. Because I feel they don't really disrupt your range at all. Like this is something I need to pay attention to, because that's really good information to have. No, it doesn't say. I haven't seen it anywhere, but I'm noticing it. Yeah, they probably indeed disrupt explosion radius. Yeah. But if you get like ghosting Damavix or ghosting Kikimores, for example, they also guidance disrupt, but they reduce your range a lot. So the Ixians are special. All right, let's go drop off the loot. Are there those drop nodes on tier 0? Because I was wondering if I missed them or they didn't appear on my overview, because abyssal tracker in runs asks from where exactly you take loot from. I don't really do a lot of tier 0s, but I do believe there's going to be a lot fewer of them at least. Yes. It's possible that there's only the bio cache, the main loot. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, Buga. Oh yeah. Doesn't work on YouTube now, does it? Shoutouts.
Boo! Boo! That was the worst thing I ever heard. It was terrible. Horrendous. Well, it wasn't that bad. Oh, yeah? Well, there were parts of it I liked. Yeah, I liked a lot of it. Yeah, it was good. It was great. It was wonderful. Oh, bravo. More! 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 More!
Well, the last few runs were really good, so I want to see what I ended up with. Thanks for the follow. I want to see what the end result is for today. $589 million from 3 runs. That was really good. Whoa. Okay. Those last runs fixed my average. 1.4 billion today. That was 1.6 yesterday. So let's round it at about 3 billion this week. 3 billion in 2 days. Okay, fair enough. This is not in Jita, this is not on the market yet, so technically I don't really have it yet. It's not in my wallet, it's still here. But that is amazing. Yeah. But that's a thing with abyssals. The loot is very random, but it usually ends up at an average. So usually it's gonna balance out, and sometimes you get these days where every run is like fantastic, and then the next day you get these runs where you're just wondering what the hell's going on, like I had today. And it is an average in the end. So don't be demoralized. It will come back around. It's easy to remember and focus on the times that you don't get good loot, because those times you remember. But it is an average. So yeah. I'll switch character. Well, let me see. For the simple reason that I can link a lot of fits, but they're on this character. Like for a Punisher, for example. I've got 2 versions for electrical and 1 for electrical tier 1. For tier 0, tier why? Oh, the character I'm on doesn't have a lot of skill points. This is an alt, so if there's a lot of warnings here and bad stats, it is the character. It's very much my character. This character is terrible. So this is just the one I have online. In the corp I have my fits. I just use this one with triple heatsink, 1 meta armor repair. This is all tech 1 skills also, modules. There's no tech 2 in here. Even in the rigs, the guns, you can easily upgrade this. And good night, yep. You can easily upgrade this to tech 2 if your skills get better. This is a starter. Like, the better skills you get, the better this will fly. And for tier 1, still, it's all tier 1. There's still not a single tech 2 module on the ship. But again, this one gets a lot better if you can just upgrade it, depending on how your skills are. And if you upgrade this, it becomes a really good one. Plus this one skills directly into like a retribution. And if you get a retribution, you're never gonna go back. That thing is absolutely fantastic. You're gonna have a blast with the retribution. It's 100% direct upgrade from the Punisher. But this one, double rip. Wait, whoa. Double armor rip, cap stable. Okay. With my skills on this character. Yeah, I see the price, 14.5 million. The other one is 3.8 million. So this thing is cheap. 2 runs of tier 0 and the ship paid for itself. That alone is ridiculous. But yeah. It's 3:40, that is gonna be it for me. I need to go. Thanks for being here. If I can help people out, I'm more than happy to do it. And no, you're not interrupting anything. That is the whole point. Let me see, who do we raid? Who is playing EVE Online? there are definitely a few entertaining runs, yeah. Most definitely. And Narcos is online. It's been a while since I raided Narcos. Chaotic's also online. Yeah, this time I'm gonna raid Narcos. Yes. Yep, the Jaguar can do dark. What's the first thing I should do in EVE Online? I'm floating around in a capsule and have no idea where to go or what to do. If you just logged in, there should be an air or story pop-up or some pointers. Because a new player experience, it's been a while since I've done it, but you get this whole story arc in the beginning. And believe me when I say it is in your best interest to follow it, because for the simple fact that it gives you a lot of stuff. You can choose to skip it, but if you're new, I suggest just doing it. It has a lot of nice graphics and visuals in it as well. The story is good. And it kind of leads into air career missions. And they will be a big time help in choosing what you want to do. Because in EVE Online, if it's possible within the game mechanics, you can do it. So I would take it one thing at a time, and if you encounter something that you like, go with it. Probably until you find something else that's even better. But I would definitely suggest follow the story and the career missions. Chosen one fit and changed it a bit, added baby fire and some other stuff. Yeah. I'm sure I'm gonna go soon, but wait, what was it? The Jaguar? Yeah. A marine scum ship? What? That's not a Jaguar. This is an Amar character. Yeah, the Jaguar is a rocket one. Yeah, that is why it's dark. Hey, my main character, the one that was running at tier 6 earlier, is a Brutor Tribe. That character is Brutor Tribe. And I've run a lot of missions for Brutor Tribe. I know my dudes. And my other main character is Amar, but it's Khanid. Because I don't quite agree with the laser focus. I like Amar Health, but with Kaldari technology. Hey, I've been playing both sides from the very beginning, mate. I mean, I made two characters when I first started. One was Khanid Amar, the other one was Brutor Tribe Mimatar. So straight away, both sides. But back then, creating a character from a certain faction still mattered for like starting skills and some other stuff. Now it doesn't really. So that's why I have two of different stuff. And I like the golden Amarian ships. So, but yeah, let's go and raid somebody, because I'm gonna be here all night if I continue like this. Done it before. But now you still have some bonuses to racial weapons, right? Not big ones, it's just that you have skills on 2 instead of 1 when creating. Yeah, I believe so. It's not gonna be a big difference. I need to go, yeah. Thank you. I'm not gonna promise any other videos for tier 6 Abyss because it's not actually that easy to figure out a ship for it. And I'm not gonna be a copycat. I mean, it's easy to take a fit that somebody else made and just... No. I'd rather don't do anything then. But thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. I will stream tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's gonna be a little bit shorter because I need to get up earlier. And Thursday there will not be a stream because I really don't have time in between eating and sleeping and work. So see you tomorrow. Same time, probably. Yeah, let's raid the Narcos. See you next time. Kick, YouTube, it was fun. We'll be back.